YouTube's always a few minutes behind. Not sure why. I don't know if it's stream elements or what. Just want to see if the Dubby video, I think I've connected Atom, which is like my software. It is like a minute behind. I want to see if this stuff like pops up. That's okay. Give it one more minute. Alright, I don't think that is going on. So I've got a few things. So I've got to finish one of my YouTube videos. This YouTube certified program video, and there's one way I can test it. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it's because of the source on my chats, but that dummy video is not on the YouTube one. I think it is a video media. Hold on, video source. Add existing. Then let me try it one more time. Okay, there it goes. I think it will now play on both. So I've got a few things to do today. So first I gotta like finish up this video, and then Line Cat. I think we'll be getting a new intern to help us with the game. And so I've got to go through that stuff. Our Jira, start writing up some stuff. Try to be a bit more professional, that now that like the systems are all built out, we've done that, it's gonna be a little bit easier to start writing everything out and say like this is what needs to be done, introduce the systems and whatnot. So I think it'll be easier. Should be easier, but we'll see. But this YouTube video, I was working on the intro. That's what I was gonna do a little bit more of. I worked on it a little bit on Friday. Did not get to work that much on Friday. But I won't be. I don't know when I'm gonna come back to Koitsugi. There's a few things I want to do first. I want to get to developing some apps on Mac. We've got to get an iPad to develop stuff on and create screenshots and submit those. I think once I get this one YouTube video out, what do I work on next? I think the Jira stuff, and then I had to get back to my app. They were having issues. They're saying some issues with the iPad. I gotta get it to Android too. So much to do. And then I do want to start working, like building some other like temp apps, some like showcasing apps. We'll say, hey, like just like, hey, this is what your app could look like. Talk to businesses and say, hey, like, reached out before and just trying to like make some contracts. Say, hey, like, this is what your app could look like, instead of like, there's one company here, layer one, and I think they could benefit from an app, but no one responds. I've reached out to so many businesses, like a few businesses, not a lot, because I'm trying to reach out to small businesses, but that's kind of tough too, because small businesses are always tight with money. But here's my little intro. So I think I'm just gonna do a little bit. I just kind of messed with the cameras a little bit. And I think I'm gonna add. I think what I'm gonna do is let this animate, then record this, let it animate some kind of effect, and it's only gonna animate the one time. But that looks good. I'm using Cinemachine 3.1 now. So they've changed some stuff. I like the camera movement. I don't like the skybox though. Need to change that. I don't really remember how to do that. So on the Cinemachine. So I just got to get used to that. Some of the new Cinemachine stuff, there are some changes. Oh, here we go. Solid color. So I want to be a solid color. We're just gonna go with like maybe a gray. Then I want to get a particle effect. Let's see. So I think what's gonna happen is just gonna be like just a simple effect. I want some kind of like swirl around the book. So as it comes down, start that swirl. So it's gonna take like a second, kind of, and like maybe something come out of the book, and something simple like that, and then I'll keep going, keep making updates. But I wanted. Get like a particle system. And I thought I saved it last time, but I guess not. So this is gonna be, I think, just like as the book pages turn. Want some like little green effects coming out. So it's gonna change this to like a green. And let's change the size. Speed's gonna be like 1. Size gonna be like 0.1. And then just gonna try to make something real quick so I can get this video out. Get this like right on the book there. something like that. The speed is still too much. Let's go for 1. 8.2. And I don't like the alpha. Be a little bit more transparent. Let's see. And then let's open up this script. I'm just gonna put everything in this script. And then just set that. And then not play on awake, and then when we open, do that. We'll say particle play. And then I want like another swirling effect around it. And I think this is where like VFX would come in, but maybe I'll mess with that later because I gotta go learn all that stuff. And then let's create another one. Effects. I don't know if this is gonna be a trail or something, but let's say this one is gonna be Table magic. Same thing. Let's like slow this down. Let's make it like it's gonna be like 2 and maybe a donut. To be a donut here. Oh crap. I actually want it to like rotate. Like what does that look like if I like say like start animating that? Let's turn this to be like a bluish color. get like a trail on them. Let's... So don't want a ribbon, that looks like they're connected. Okay, let's turn off trails for now. Penalty. Say if we do egg. Lights, trails, lights. What's lights look like? Got random direction. I don't think. So let's go here. I think it's too large. I want to be closer to the book. So that's gonna be, I think, the shape. .25 maybe. 0.05. Then we'll do a burst of 50. I think it needs to be... I think both actually particles need to be on the spine right there. And then just animate it. So go to the animator and say create animation. It's gonna be the table magic animation. And then we're going to add a property. Position. No, rotation. And then let's add a key. And then is that seconds? Then do a burst every 4 seconds. Let's see. Just want to do something real quick. And then this page magic. Looping, yes. I thought there was something about like play on awake. There you go. Tape magic. YouTube. Don't play on awake. Oh. Okay. So yeah, play on awake and then don't keep you need to be like maybe like 500, 400. Let's see what 400 looks like. And then that is every 8 seconds. And same thing with your animation. Let's see. I only want you to go one direction, so let's delete those. Just go to like 12 seconds. It creates like a donut shape, and I don't like that. Maybe I should... Not the donuts, just... Atmosphere. Circle. Why are they going outwards? I don't want them to go out. Okay, that's better. And then I think when I animate them... How do I randomize? Can't randomize it. There you go. So random between two constants. Make that like 0.4. Make that 0.01 and make it real slow. It's 1 o'clock. What the heck? Oh, I wonder if it's because it's a burst. Don't keep. So no. Yeah. Get like 100. They're not even going up. Where are they going? Oh, it's because it's local space, right? space. Oh, but it was rotating, so I wonder if... And then... I wanted to go faster, so at the end... I want there to be like a hole in the middle. I think... How do I do that? Edge? It's an edge. Random. I thought circle would do it. Like the whole thing's animating together, so it kind of looks... Isn't really what I want. Thing is just that this is... They're going right, but I need them to like wrap around. Which means their direction changes. How do I animate that? That might be... random between here. So X, go like up and then down. I don't think that's right. If we do a curve, Oh, maybe it's this one. Oh my goodness, no. Hmm. Oh, maybe it's orbital. Let's just do. There we go. So let's turn off the animator. Not. Let's make that 0. It's kind of doing the same thing though. Two, I don't want it to loop, so what's that look like? Play. Five seconds, I guess. 6 seconds. Play. Same thing here, don't loop. And then the camera. Where did that Have this go for like 8 seconds, and then this one should have a delay. A longer delay. Let me see, hold on. Take a look. That starts, opens, and then page turn. The page turn takes a while. To turn page, so that actually should be actually, so it should open book. This shouldn't play until here. And then, actually, I don't want. I think I'm starting, the camera's starting a little bit too far. Okay, so maybe only 5 seconds. I didn't even see the page turn. There it is. The particle's just like definitely are distracting. Make these a little bit more transparent too. Mm. Now, I'm gonna go ahead. I think that's okay. It's a decent start. I'm just gonna hit. And then I think that pops up somewhere in the Unity project files. Okay, let me save that. Close. So now I go to my intro here. Now add this here. And here. Put it up here. And I'm gonna turn that off. And about there. And then I think maybe I can add an effect to this. Then let's add like a blowout, I think. I don't know if I can do a transition like that. think what I could do is I need to have some kind of similar effect, but let's see if there's room. Can I do that? I don't think I can do any because these are all transitions. Let's see a like an overlay. Mm. Let me see. Let me say like white out or something. Nope. I think I'm just gonna have to go with like a shape. Cover the screen. And this has a glow. And then again, color should be white. Let me see. Ink. Show smoke. Mm. Maybe this should just be black. Maybe I should just like fade it out. Oh, I realized that my text is not showing up. Dead Wolf, sorry, I missed your comment. I think this is slowly going to improve over time, so so now I can go back. Oops, back to home and get this one. Delete this one. Two in here. Need to change the font and everything. And I'll transition. I'll add a transition there. Boom. Transition, whatever that transition may be. Hey everyone, this is Robin with Heroes Legends Studios. Today I'm going to be talking about my experience taking their certification exam. Hey everyone, this is Robin with Heroes Legends. I didn't see it. It's like, oh, I see it. Hey everyone, this is Robin with Heroes Legends. There's no like fade over here. It's okay. Actually, what I should do is up here, add that transition back. And you get a fade. And then yeah, transition. Oh, shoot. Oh no, I did not see your posts. Um, what's going on,
Hey,
Blind Cat? Let's see. September. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to finish this up real quick. Kinda just did that intro, and then I'm gonna jump over to setting that stiff up. And yeah, I'm just gonna do that. I gotta go out and get an iPad. I want to spend the money. I was hoping, like, maybe I'll just rent one from somewhere, like rent a center. Um, because I gotta go. They won't let me submit my app because there's an iPad issue. It makes no sense. I don't even know how I'm gonna fix it if it's only happening on iPad, but I'll figure it out. Um, but yeah, I gotta go get an iPad. Yep, yeah. See, like that money, I could have bought a Steam Deck, but no, I gotta go buy an iPad that I'm probably gonna use like twice. So maybe I'll just go rent one. Find a place I can rent it from. I don't have any Apple friends, I guess. Everyone, this is Robin with Heroes Legends Studios. Today I'm going to be talking about my experience taking. I think this is okay. Interface and know how to program in Unity and build functionality. Oh, what happened here? The other sort of I don't know if I had transitions on that stuff. Shoot. Days to retake. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna get. I think I saw a sale at Target. It was like 250 for an iPad Air. Um, but yeah, I might just rent one because I know I'm not gonna use it. It's just gonna sit there. The kids are probably gonna throw it at the wall or something, and just don't want to do that. There's still plenty of time to get ready, right? And it's still $130 is a lot, but if you exam, right? So the user level certification is through um, Certiport. The other certifications, here's one Certiport. Here, a lot of the courses will lead you to this and prototypes, debugging, solving programming problems. Okay. I don't know if it's too loud or not. And really, like, what's I forgot to check on right? YouTube on my last video. I think I do have to lower it. Certification is through True. Just return it. Say, hey, thanks. Just wanted to borrow this real quick. For the programmer, they're all to get ready for the Certiport. The other certifications, here's one Certiport. Here, a lot of the I think I have a fade in here. Should not have a fade. I think it's fading the audio. You can click any one you want to. Yeah, if it's first gen, it's probably too old because there's, I have to test it with like the latest OS. So the user level certification is through Certiport. The other certifications, here's one. And there better not be audio issue. Gosh, dang it. I'm gonna take all the fades away. I think I messed something up. No fade. The web, none of these should have fades. Let's not do that. No fade, no fade, fade. Okay. But cool, yeah. I'm gonna try to focus on that today to knock out all that Jira stuff. I did just like have an update. I did update to August. I'm probably gonna make a new epic for these. It looks like there's just a couple items left for this, and you know, we still gotta go over like what's left, what's needed for the pond scene. And but yeah, I'm gonna start like knock that out today. And I'm gonna knock this one out. I get rid of this epic too. Move that into here. I'm gonna move that into here. I'm gonna mark this complete. Um, it's all done. I think we just gotta like, that's what my last YouTube video was about. I posted a link. It's like the first 15 minutes is me explaining how to use it, how to set it up. So if you want to check that out sometime, the um and I can post that link again. And then we can just fine tune it. Let me know what you think about it. And it's like real quick. Let me see. Because yeah, it's like a 32-minute video, but I end up the second half of the video is me going over the scripts and like what they do. But I go over like all the steps here on I mean, look, it takes me like 5 minutes just to get to the sprite editor. But yeah, I just go over like creating the bones, creating the mesh, and everything's just like automatic, so we can like make adjustments as needed. And then generating those bones. So I think the first, it might be like 17 minutes. I kind of go over the settings, but we can make adjustments. Take a look at that video and let me know what you think. And then jump into the game and let me know what you think. I think the I think the script it's gonna generate everything for you fairly well. I think once you get to the top, we're probably gonna manually have to adjust these and just fit them however we want. But I think it works, it's good. Uh don't for the top of the lily, I would say only stick to 2 bones. It wasn't interactive. It should be interactive. Let me see. Let me see. What am I on? My account. Uh, let me go jump in. Let me jump in real quick. Um. So only the lily. I haven't done like all the lilies because I've got to go and redo all of them. So only, and I created new prefabs. So so the yeah, I think I think that it's gonna be better this way than with the shader, in my opinion. And we kind of talked about that before. Um, and let me see. So let's see. Back to this. It's loading up. Give me a minute. think the webcam crossfade. I think these should just use the crossfade. And then just those. Then you should use like the liquid streaks. Okay, this one. Oh shoot. Keep doing that. I think I might switch to using like visual effects editor for this, but I gotta go learn it, you know. Right, let me see. I'm gonna try to go through this real quick. Hey everyone, this is Robin with Hero. Actually, this should have a fade in. Let's see. Meow. Hey, what happened to transition? What the heck? Okay, it's there. So the user level certification is through Certiport. The other certification. Dang it! I can't believe there's a clip there. That makes sense. Courses will lead you to this, and they'll tell you here who these certifications are for, right? You know, you don't have to do this, right? So this will show that hey, you've taken some extra steps to learn and to show that you've got what it takes, right? You've spent time in Unity, you know it, you understand it. So let's go after, okay, so the actual practice test, right? Is it working for you, Blind Cat? Yeah, it's only gonna, you're only interacting with 0, 2, and 3. Maybe I named those wrong. But they should correlate with, like, obviously, like this starting out like that's a little bit wild, but 2, oh shoot. See, I did name these wrong. God dang it. That should be 1, 0, 1, and 2. Yeah. So it works fairly well, I think. Obviously like the tops need to be worked out and whatnot, but I kind of just did it real fast. And then it's like updating all the stems, or sorry, all the lilies. All the lilies. I've got the dialogue off here. Whatnot. So I think that's it. Add in the enemies. Combat. And then adding in, I think this is something I'm gonna have the intern do. I mean, I can do it, but since we're still waiting on art, this would be like a simple starter component. Like, hey, I need something to spawn every few seconds at random intervals, and it needs to spawn from wherever we place it, and then it's just gravity drops, and then adding that damage component. And so like we get some kind of effect dropping. Real simple. I gotta get some lights over here. So I think a lot of it's there. Oh, and then so that's just like one script and then adding those other components. Yeah, the sledge coming down. Yeah. Yeah, so I think there's really not much left to do here. Gotta update all the lilies. It's just gonna, like, it's easy stuff. It's just gonna take a little bit of time. Just gotta get to it. But updating all these lilies. Um, so these are all the new ones. Let me rename these. These names are not right. Open. One. Yes. Name these. But yeah, just going through all these. We still got to do all of them. And then we can just replay, like, place them all again. I mean, maybe that's what we have the intern do too. It's like, hey, here's this video. At least I made you a video. All of these steps, do it. I can add that to the list. I'm just lazy and I got other stuff to do. And you said he's like one of your high school students, right? He was. And so he should have Unity experience. So that's good. I think that's where Blake and Russell kind of they were just behind on. Not a bad thing, but there's a lot to Unity. There's a lot to learn. I'll check this in real quick. Anyways. No, he's gonna do everything. Yeah, I mean, okay, so like let's go over this since we're kind of talking about it. I'm gonna create a new epic. It's gonna be move this up here. I'm gonna move this stuff out. Let's see, where is it? I don't know how to change this stuff. Yeah, change the parent name. I think I can change that here. And Physics. Yep, yep. And that's in October too, so right? It's October. Let's say okay, so update Lily, yeah, Lily. Cannot see Lily graphics. Say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All, what are they called? Whatever, Lily's skeleton. Will be cut out 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Hey, Air Pixma, what's going on YouTube? Okay, cool, cool. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Dungeon Quest game. Yeah, like I'm not familiar with Roblox, but I mean Lua's pretty easy. I've used Lua before. Kind of jumped into Roblox a couple years ago, and I was working in it like 10 years ago. So, yeah, just I'll jump in it when I get a chance this week. I need to download the actual studio and just send me like a list of stuff you need and um and any like tutorials on like how to implement the code if you guys got stuff projects available or like how to like add me to the project so I can contribute. You got to tell me that stuff. um because I don't know anything about developing games, and I'm sure it's changed a lot, because shoot, it was like it was probably even longer because it was when I got out of school. I applied for a job at Roblox. And that was like, I want to say it's probably 13 years ago, actually. Um, so yeah, all that stuff I don't know how to do, but I'll be able to like figure it out. But if you have any like videos, stuff that will help me like get up to speed faster, I'd appreciate it. And just send it all to me in Discord. Oh yeah, Lua is real easy. It's a really easy scripting language. It's type inferred, similar to JavaScript, so it should be really easy. I spend most of my time in Unity and RPG Maker. That's what my YouTube channel is all about. So, but I appreciate you jumping in. This is my other game that I'm working on. It's koi fish game in Unity, and it's trying to get Wishlist on Steam. All right, cool. I'll catch you later. Hey, I'm in this one Discord server, blank hat. It's filled with too many people. That's the problem with Discord. Some servers are just have like 100,000 people in it and can't keep up with anything. But there's been a couple people reaching out about Roblox, developing with Roblox, so I might start helping those people out to get familiar with Roblox. Um, there's like two. We'll see how it goes, right? Um, not sure anything about these teams yet, but a couple people seem like they've got dedicated teams trying to like publish stuff on Roblox. So mess around with that soon too. Yeah, yeah, I know they're just getting sued too right now, and I'm like, bastards. I mean, they've been sued a few times. They need to, like I've said it before, I don't remember if I told you, but they need to hire a dedicated team of like, I don't care if it needs to be 50 people, 100 people, just being moderators, moderating all these games. And it's just ridiculous that they don't do it already. They're trying to like automate everything, and I'm like, fucking spend $1 million. Like they're making so much money every year. They like generate like 100, $200 million a year, and they can't spend $1 million for a team, a dedicated team. Yeah, I heard that too. And it's all automated. I guarantee he got banned because it was like a bot, right? They're monitoring everybody's like conversations, and it's dumb. They need to have real people. They can't, like, maybe AI helps out, automation helps out. They got to have like real people in there monitoring all the games, because there's thousands of games and games just pop up so often. And they should be monitoring like um creators too, because if they're just creating games that aren't safe, like don't have these safety features there, because I know the chat feature, you can set it up, it's all configured, but how many developers are out there configuring these games correctly, right? Like with, I'm going through Apple, and they review that stuff. No one's reviewing these Roblox games, I guarantee it. And they just need to hire, like, I mean, let's see. I guarantee these people are making a ton of money. I mean, look at that. $3.6 billion, like, and you can't spend money on. You can't spend money on fucking like a moderation team. Like, come on. I'm like, they'll stop getting sued. Like, if you actually get a good moderation team on there. Hire 1,000 people. Just moderation. That's like way more than I thought. Yeah, their quarter earnings was $1 billion. It's fucking nuts. And that's what I'm talking about. There's like games out there, right? You can like block that stuff. I think Roblox is doing the bare minimum, right? They're doing the bare minimum to stop this shit. And they just got to do a lot more. Like you can, it's like, okay, hey, you have parental like locks in place, parental stuff in place, but like a lot of people don't like parents don't turn that on. It's all, it's on the parents too, but they can't like fully rely on Roblox. And then the developers, right? It's also on the developers. Like, hey, you're making these games. Make sure that you're configuring your parental locks correctly, right? But I guarantee a lot of the developers are 20. Maybe they're even kids. Maybe because I think you can start developing at 16. So you just can't get paid until you're 18, I think. I can't remember. Uh, let's see. Look, you can be 13, and I think you have to be 18 to be paid, right? And then like talking about the COPA guidelines or this is the exact same stuff I'm going through for my apps, right? Look, and yeah, you get ID to be a developer, right? But if you're 13, you're not gonna make good decisions on whether or not like you're setting up the chat correctly, setting up rules correctly. They gotta have either they lock down the chat, which I think they have done a couple years ago, but like it's just a chat widget, right? It's just a widget you drop in, you configure it however, and that's it, right? Roblox, the system takes over. There's a lot of stuff in Roblox that is just like drop and play. It's like RPG Maker or any like uh some of those other online ones. It's a lot of just widgets, drop and play, prefabs and whatnot, but Roblox got to do more. They don't do enough. They're making a ton of money and they don't do shit. Yeah, yep. It is. It's still garbage. Absolutely. I mean, they have the same issue that RPG Maker has, its community has, where it's too easy to make games, it's too easy to publish games, and that all that generates is just trash, right? That's why so many like experienced developers in RPG Maker, they publish their game, they could spend 5 6 years on it, and they get washed away in all the other trash. Yeah. And yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's on Roblox, and you got to start doing things like what Nintendo does, right? You have a chat feature, and Among Us does this too, right? You have a chat feature, but you have pre-populated messages, right? That are game oriented, saying like, "I need help, I need ammo," blah blah blah, right? Like that stuff you can do, but it's like these open chats and then always having what's it called, those disclaimers like, hey, every time you chat, don't give out personal information, don't be talking to anybody outside of Roblox, right? Don't go to Discord. Discord doesn't have any safety precautions in there. Like there's no safety protocols in Discord. And the parents gotta tell kids like don't talk to strangers and don't be giving out personal information. And I think, again, I don't know, and I'm sure Roblox should have this stuff in place, but there should be monitoring on the chat for like specific things. But kids do that all the time. They're like, oh, it could be a kid and kid talking, and they're like, oh, how old are you? Where are you from? Blah blah blah. And it's like, guys, you can't do that. Should like flag messages. Yeah, I haven't looked at it in a long time, but I just know that there are certain things in Roblox that are widgets, and they're, and I think I'm pretty sure chat's one of them, where it's like, hey, I want to have a chat feature in my game. You configure it, and that's it. Or you just stay with the default settings. Um, Same thing with their multiplayer or their leadership board, or sorry, leaderboards, right? They all do the same thing. They're just like drop them in. Your game has that feature now. Yeah, and it's game specific too, right? Like you're not able to chat in one game, but then you're able to chat in another game, and those configurations are different. And then, because I think this was a thing like years ago, like 3, 4 years ago, where the game's chat could override your general chat settings. And it was just like, as a parent, you're setting these restrictions on your chat settings for your kid, and then the fucking game overrides it. It was nuts. You think it still can? I would believe it. Roblox is, they don't care, and it's ridiculous that they're just like willing to be shamed constantly about like, and everyone's talking about it. Every year they talk about it. They're like, oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. It's like, well, you gotta do something about it, because I don't know what you guys are working on because nothing's getting done. Right. Yeah. Yeah, like some of the, I don't follow like too many um like YouTubers for like Roblox, because like Lanky Box is like the only people I really know, and I don't know if they do it. I haven't seen it, but all they do is like play the game. So like, hey, here's my creator code or whatever. I don't know if they do sweepstakes and stuff, but oh really? Yeah, dude. I And that shouldn't be a thing, right? You should have a chat widget. Roblox needs to have a chat widget and say, hey, these are your settings. This is how you configure it. You cannot override it. And but I think that goes into, so with like RPG Maker, you can have plugins, and plugins override the system components That's the only way to get like custom functionality. There could be something similar in Roblox where you can code a plugin or something and that overrides the system. And I think that's what it was doing before. Oh, okay. Yeah, and there should be safer stuff like, hey, we know YouTubers like to give out stuff, free stuff. This is the safe way to do it. You don't give out your Discord information, you don't give out personal information. Um, Everything's in Roblox. Like, hey, here's this feature. So and so's a YouTuber. They're trying to gift people stuff, right? Like Fortnite has gifting, right? You can gift people stuff. Um, and there's a bunch of like layers in place and say, hey, you don't give anyone your password. Are you sure you want to gift this? Are you really sure you want to gift this to so and so? Once you gift it, you can't get it back. Like, ask you like 10 times. And they need to do the same thing. Like, hey, you can gift people stuff. You can give people skins. You can give people Robux, maybe. It's crazy. And we'll just make YouTube videos about us yelling at Roblox about how to do it better. Yeah, it's nuts. Like the fact that it's been years, like Roblox has been out for years, and they just don't do anything, or they're just doing the bare minimum when this shit keeps happening. Honestly, I think I have a component that already does this. It just like drops the prefab. Let me think. I think I have a script. Oh no, what? Oh shoot, I thought I lost my stuff. It's like, dang. Okay. Intervals. It falls when instantiated. Component should trigger a unity event at random intervals. Component should have a time range exposed to the editor. Prefab, create a placeholder prefab. I think that's it. I think that sounds good. That's not what I wanted. What else? That's a pretty good description, I think. And then double check the Lily physics. Oh, all right, Blind Cat, I'll catch you. I'll stream again tomorrow. Same time, like later time. Catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. me see. I'll make another one too. Mm, I think that's good. Um, I do those and then okay. I'm gonna jump off to I think. See, yeah, I'll be right back. Hold on. So the course was good. It's about 10 hours long. I went over it, kind of sped through it in over a weekend, and kind of starting out your resume, trying to find some places to kind of boost your resume because you like the experience. So this will show that, hey, you're taking some extra steps to learn and to show that you've got what it takes, right? You've spent time in Unity, you know it, you understand it. So let's go after, okay, so the actual practice test, right? So the course was good. It's about 10 hours long. I went over it, kind of, you've got what it takes, right? You've spent time in Unity, you know it, you understand it. So let's go after, okay, so the actual practice test, right? So the course was good. It's about 10 hours long. I went over it, kind of sped through it in over a weekend. So let's go Certiport. The other certification, the other certification, other certification. Certification. The other certification. Here's one sort of. The other certifications. Here's one sort of port here. The other certifications. Here's one sort of port here. The other certification. Here's one sort of port here. A lot of the courses will lead you to this, and they'll tell you. And I'm back. I'm trying to figure out this. It's like there is some issue. God dang it! I keep doing that. I keep hitting this button on the side of my mouse. There's something here. User level is through Certiport. I might just skip it because I don't care. The other certification, here's one sort of for here. A lot of the courses will lead you to this, and they'll tell you here who these certifications are for, right? You don't have to do this. I just chose Unity interface, API understanding, prototypes, debugging, solving. The other certifications, here's one sort of for here's one. Okay, so it's right there. You're on 52. Let me cut right there. Certifications. Here's one sort of for certifications. Here's one sort of for here. A lot of the other certifications. Here's one sort of for here. A lot of the courses will lead you to this, and they'll tell you cool. Here that's better. Who these certifications are for. And double check this one real quick. You know it. You understand it. So let's go after. Okay, so the actual practice test, right? So the course was good. It's about 10 hours long. I went over it, kind of sped through it in over a weekend, and then I took the practice test, passed my first try. I did get like an 85%. You only need 70% to pass. Same thing with the real exam. It's about 40 questions in 50 minutes, right? So take all that knowledge that you got from like test taking tips and tricks from high school, from college, apply it here. It still applies, right? You still want to. Hey everyone, this is Robin with Heroes Legends Studios. Today I'm going to be talking about my experience taking the certification exam for the Certified User Programmer. The other certifications, here's one sort of for here. A lot of the. I wonder if it's because of this transition. You should remove the transition. The other certifications, here's one sort of for here. A lot of the courses will lead you to this, and they'll tell you here who these certifications are. Understand it. So let's go after. Okay, so the actual practice test, right? So the course was good. It's about 10 hours long. I went that's over good. It, kind of sped through it in. I think that's good. And I don't have an outro. So subscribe to my YouTube, follow me on Twitch, jump into my Discord. Any support and all supports is appreciated. India. Put that right there. Like and subscribe. Is appreciated. So, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you all in the next video. Thanks. Well, let me trim that up too. I hate when I do that. Um, Thanks. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you all in the next video. Thanks. Cool. Let's go and export that. And then I'll get to the Jira stuff. Like I said, was working with Blind Cat, upload this video, and I think that's it today. Is this all done? What else? Let's go to YouTube too. YouTube. Oh, it's still going. It's gonna take like 5 minutes. Did I check this in? Yeah, I did. Okay. So that's fine. Like I said earlier, I'm probably gonna start looking into Roblox. Just jumping on so many things. But Koitsugi is, I think, pretty much off the list for now. Just except for doing like some small stuff like this. I think that's everything for the pawn demo. Daily physics. Gotta add enemies. Few more minutes there. Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna get an intern for this stuff, then let me just kind of make good descriptions. I don't know if they're say combat area. And bullet. I don't know if we need to like create like blockers because they're gonna like move around and I want them they're just gonna keep moving one way. We want to keep them in like a certain area. Except for when they chase the player. Let me say update, or actually let's say create view fish navigation or enemy fish. Fish navigation should create left and right bounds, so enemy fish. Let's move GUI should be exposed in editor, in inspector, bound values. Great. Cool. Save. Using the existing dialog template in the pond scene. Create a new alert that will tell the player how to attack. Is the combat area. Control Shift B. Nope, that's not working. Let's see. Create a trigger event that opens up a new alert player to attack. Use existing dialog database. Use existing tutorial quest system to add a new quest item and what else? Save, and then this one. All right, let's see. So real quick, has been decided that alerts should be used for the total of dialogues boxes. And continue with alerts for a more, I don't know, free open tutorial. Update all tutorial to use alerts instead of dialog boxes. Make necessary changes to display alerts instead of dialog. Content should remain the same. Triggers. Oh, yeah, I think so. Alright, so that should be done. So open that up. And then close this YouTube. Upload the video. Group. Community certified. Is that not right? Let's see. So let's see. One day I'll come up with thumbnails when I care. Okay. Hmm.
go to create.roblox.com. You can open up the Creator Hub, and all you have to do is click Start Creating, and it should prompt you to download Roblox Studio. So you can just click this button right here, Download Studio. So once you've downloaded Roblox Studio, you want to go ahead and open it up. So once you've opened up Roblox Studio, you can see a whole bunch of templates that Roblox has already provided for us. Now on the left side of the screen over here, you can see this panel, and you can look at the different options down here. So under My Games, you can see 3 different sections. So you'll have a section for the games that you've worked on in the past, any group games that you're a part of, or any games that your friends have shared with you. But what we want to do is we want to go back to the section called New, and we want to open up the baseplate template. So once you've opened up the baseplate template, you might be thinking that this looks super complex and hard to understand, but that's why I'm here. I'm going to break it down for you. So this large window over here that you see in the center of the screen is your game environment. This is where all the magic takes place. This is the environment that your players will be inside of when they play your game. So first thing we want to do is we want to maneuver inside of this game environment. So how do you do that? If you're familiar with Roblox at all, you'll know that the WASD keys are used to move your character. And that's the same thing you do in Roblox Studio as well. So you can use the WASD keys to move around inside the game environment. You can also use your mouse to rotate yourself inside it. So you can hold down right click and it'll allow you to rotate yourself inside of the game environment. You can also use your scroll wheel to scroll in or scroll out of your game environment. And if you want to select anything inside your game environment, you can just left click. Now before we do anything, the first thing you need to do is to save your game to Roblox. So you can go under File over here in the top left corner and click Save to Roblox. Now here you can name the game that you're working on. It doesn't matter what you call it as long as you remember it. So I'm just going to call it Game 1. And then we can click Save. Now if you want to work on this game with your friends, you can just go in the top right corner over here and click this plus sign. And from here you can add your friends so that they can work on the game with you. Now with that out of the way, we can get to the
Some
exciting
collaborations,
so
okay.
one place to start would be to insert a part inside your game environment. So you can go under the Home tab if you're not already there, and click Part. Now that'll insert a part inside your game environment. Now Roblox gives you a few tools for you to interact with your parts. So under the Home tab, you can see 4 tools over here: Select, Move, Scale, and Rotate. By default, we should have the Select tool equipped, and that allows you to freely drag the part and move it as you wish. Now the Move tool over here allows you to move the part along a certain axis. So this blue arrow over here allows me to move it side to side, the red arrow front and back, and then the green arrow up and down. Now the Scale tool over here allows me to change the size of the part, so I can just make it bigger or smaller as I wish. Lastly, the Rotate tool allows me to rotate the part in any direction that I want. Now let's say you made a mistake, like I moved it all the way over there by accident. You can use the keyboard shortcut to undo, which is Ctrl-Z, to undo the previous action. Now under the Home tab, it also allows you to change some other stuff about this part. So let's say I want to change the material that the part was made out of. I can click the Material Manager, open it up, and let's say I want it to be made out of brick. So I can click this brick texture over here, and click this arrow part over here where it says Apply to Selected Parts. So after I click that, the selected part that we have in the middle over here will be turned into...
Look how easy that
I
is.
can also change the color of the part by clicking this color palette over here, and going under the drop-down menu and selecting a color from this color palette. So let's say I want to make it blue, and the part turns blue as expected. Now perhaps the most important part about this tutorial are the Explore and Properties tab. So if you don't already have it open, you can go under the View section at the top over here, and open the 2 windows by clicking these 2 buttons, the Explore and Properties button. So the Explore window basically shows you everything that's inside your game. Now this game environment that all of these parts are in right now is called Workspace. You can also insert any parts you want inside the workspace by clicking this plus button over here. And I can insert a new part by clicking this button. Now Workspace is what we call a service, and inside your game there are many different types of services. For example, you've got the Player service, which keeps track and stores all your players that are in your game at the moment. The Lighting service, which handles all the lighting inside your game. Server Script service, where all your scripts are inside of. Starter Pack, where all your tools that you want to give your players will be found inside of. And Star GUI, where all your GUIs will be stored. So we've covered the Explorer tab, but what does the Properties window do? Now when we select something, we'll see that a new section has appeared in the Properties window. Now properties are basically states that your object has. So when I select a part, it'll show a list of the part's properties. Some examples of the properties of this part will be the color, the material, the transparency, the size, the position, and more. Now under the Properties window, it displays all of the properties and the current values of these properties. But it also allows you to change the properties that the object has. For example, I can change the transparency of the part by dragging the slider over here and making it more transparent. I can change the color from here if I want as well. Maybe I can make it red, for example. So yeah, these 2 windows are extremely important, the Explorers window and the Properties window. So let's move on. So under the Home tab, you'll see a button called Toolbox. Now Toolbox is basically a collection of all the different models and parts that other players have made and have put online. This is super useful because let's say I needed a treehouse and I didn't know how to make one. I can basically look it up inside of the toolbox, so I can search treehouse, and there'll be a bunch of treehouses that other people have made that I can put inside my game. So if I want to insert a treehouse from the toolbox into my game, I can just click on the model that I want. Now, sometimes they'll give you this prompt. It basically tells you that there are scripts inside. So you need to be careful that they aren't any kind of virus scripts. Since this is an approved model, you can see it by this little shield icon over here. We can just insert it without any worries.
That's
So
nuts. It's
click
just
OK over
like
here.
someone's gonna have a script on their model.
Now, this treehouse has been inserted
It's a
inside
virus.
the game. I'm just going to size it down because it's really big right now. And I'm just going to drag it back down to the ground. Something else I want to mention is if you want to focus on a certain part, you can just select it and then click F. And that will focus in your camera on the part. Now, another really important tool that you have inside of the Home tab is the Terrain Editor. So you can just click Editor over here. And what we want to do is we want to go to the Edit section. Now, the Terrain Editor basically allows you to add or remove different kinds of terrain. So if you want to add a bunch of grass or a bunch of snow, you would use the Terrain Editor. So how it works is you would go to the Draw section if you want to add terrain, and you would select the type of material that you want. So let's say I wanted grass. So I select grass, and then I select the brush mode. So let's say I want to add grass. So I'm going to click the Add button over here, and I'm going to start dragging my mouse across the screen. And as you can see, grass is being added to my game environment over here. And let's say I want to switch it to ice. I can just switch the source material, and I can keep drawing. I can even add water if I wanted to. So I can add a block of water over here. And I can switch the kind of tool. So maybe I want to smoothen my terrain a bit. So I can click the smoothing tool, and then just drag it over, and just smooth everything down. Now, what if you want to playtest your game? Now, that's really simple. So you can just close this terrain editor, and under the Home tab, you can click the Play button. So what this does is it'll basically put your character inside the game. So you can playtest your game as if you're a real player. And you can interact with the game environment the same way a normal player would. I can also switch between what the player sees and what the server sees. So beside this play button, you got this little monitor icon over here, and you can basically click it to switch between what the server sees and what you see. So right now I'm viewing it from the server. So this is basically like creative mode in Minecraft. And if you wanted to, you can switch back to the client. So when you switch back to the client, you are basically seeing what a normal player would when they play your game. And if at any point you want to stop the playtest, you can just click the stop button over here. Now, if you'll see at the top over here, you have many different tabs. So we've just covered the Home tab. So let me switch over to the Model tab. So the Model tab basically has a lot of the same tools, but it's more specific to actually building stuff inside of your game. For example, you can change the amount that you move or size a part by, or the amount that you rotate a part. So for example, I can change the Move tool to move every one stud. For future reference, one stud is basically one of these blocks over here. So the distance between one end of the block and another end of the block is one stud. So when you have a larger interval, it's less accurate. So basically, if I set it to one stud, every time you move the part, it moves by one stud. But if I set the interval to 0.5 studs, it'll be more accurate and it'll move halfway down instead. So if you want it to be more precise, you would set a smaller interval. Now you also have a bunch of these modeling tools over here. So these modeling tools work with two parts. So let me just insert a second part over here and size it so that it's a similar size to this first part I have here. So let's say I want to join two of these parts together. Now this is where the Union tool comes into play. And I'm going to go back under the Model tab, and I'm going to select both of them. Now when I click this Union tool, it basically turns both of these parts into one part, one solid part. So I'm just going to do Control-Z to undo that. And now I want to talk about the Intersect tool. So when I select the two parts together and I click Intersect, it basically gives me a part that has overlap between the two parts. So if I undo that, you can see that I have a small section over here where the two parts are touching each other. And when you click Intersect, that's what is left. So let me just select one of the parts, and I'm going to click Negate. Now when you negate something, it turns into a negative part. So when you try to select both parts and you union it together, it actually takes a section away from the regular part. So now you got this hole inside of this part over here. Now the last tool I want to talk about is the Separate tool. So the Separate tool works by splitting up two parts that have been unioned together. So if I union the red part and the blue part together and turn into one, I select it and I click the Separate tool, it will go back into being two separate parts. So the next tab I want to talk about was the Avatar tab. Now the Avatar tab has the same tools, except for this section over here. All you need to know is that the rig builder allows you to insert an NPC. So I can select the rig type, so R15, and I can select the kind of character it is. So I'm just going to select block avatar. So it basically gives me a random dummy to test on. The animation editor allows you to animate rigs that you can then place on your character. If you're interested in animation, you should check out my animation tutorial, which I will leave an info card about here and a link in the description. Now let's move on to the test tab. So the test tab basically has a lot of the same things that we've seen before. So you have this play button over here, but if you click this drop down menu, you can see that there are some more options. So play here basically spawns your camera at the location that your camera is looking at. So spawn me about here instead of back there in the spawn location. Clicking run is a little different because it won't place your character inside the game. It will just run the game without any players inside. So any scripts that you have will run, but your character won't be inside. This section over here allows you to start your own server, except with multiple people. So you can select the amount of people you have inside, and it's basically a bunch of copies of yourself. So if I start a local server with 2 people, I'll have 2 players that are inside, but I can control both of them from different windows. The device section under the emulation allows you to see the game through the eyes of different devices. So when I click that, I can switch between different devices. So I can look at what an iPhone 6 would see inside my game. So this is super useful for testing the size of your GUI. So unselect it. We're just going to click
Forget Roblox is on.
Next up is
Oh, it's too.
So we already looked at this tab before. That's where we found the Explorer and the Properties tab. But you can also find a bunch of other useful stuff inside. For example, you can find the output bar here. Now this output window allows you to see any errors that your script might have, and it's also connected to this command bar, and it can run any script that you want to test your game environment.
This guy's got a course on coding.
Tell you what direction that you're facing. So I can face the back, the top, and the right side.
Coupon code.
So it allows you to figure out which direction you're facing in your game environment. So last tab we want to cover is the plugins tab. Now plugins are basically like extensions that other people have made. So they're super useful and they save you a bunch of time. For example, I have this avatar importer plugin. And what it allows me to do is insert any character I want inside my game. So I'm just going to insert
7 hours? That's not bad.
So I can just search up his name and I can import an R6 or an R15 rig. So I'm just going to insert an R6 rig. Basically I have Tanker's character inside my game. So really useful.
Yeah, which the discount is.
You can find plugins under the toolbox. So you can go back to home, toolbox, and you can filter the toolbox by the different categories like models, plugins, audios, images, meshes, and more. So that's everything you need to know about the basics of Roblox Studio. Now if you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. And if you're interested in learning scripting, check out my beginner scripting guide, and I'll leave an end screen right about now. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Alright guys, in this video I'll be
Oh, his coupon's over. I wonder if he's just got another one. That's fun. Nope. Sadly, nope. But yeah, I mean, I like Udemy. I'm sure there's a ton of different Roblox courses on here. It's what me and Dennis need to do. Make our own Unity course. We've talked about it in the past. Just gotta wait when all this stuff goes on sale. It's got 2,000 ratings, 3,000 ratings. It's so funny that they just like have these Roblox characters.
be teaching you the fundamentals of Roblox scripting. If you've never scripted before or are still new to it, this is the video for you.
I don't know why this guy's whispering all of a sudden.
Into server script storage. So first thing we want to cover is printing. Now, when we open a script, we see the infamous line print hello world. Now, what does that line of code do? To run the code, basically what you want to do is go to test and run. As you can see, it prints hello world to the output window, which is this tab right down here. So basically print is a function that outputs whatever you place between the brackets to the output window, and it can print all kinds of data types. A data type is basically a way to classify the different forms in which information can be displayed. So you have your primitive data types like numbers or strings. Strings are basically text like this. Another data type is Boolean values, which are either true or false. And there are also more complex data types like instances, UDOM, and vector3 values, which we'll cover in a later video. With that out of the way, we can move on to properties. So properties are things that objects like parts and GUIs have that can change. So like
Stop saying GUIs.
position,
It's a GUI.
and you can find the properties that an object has in the properties window. So if I had a part right here, I can go down to this.
Imagine being able to
hell
do
root.
anything. just by thinking about it. Meet base 44, a complete
blah blah
And
blah
then
blah.
see all the properties it
See.
has when I have bit selected. Now to change an object's property, we have to locate its position inside
I
the game.
doubt
Things inside Roblox Studio
any of
are
these
under
like
what's called
courses
game,
can teach
which
me.
is the parent of everything inside. And next down in the hierarchy are these services like workspace and lighting.
I just like figure it out
Finally,
myself.
at the bottom of the hierarchy, we have
What am I
objects that are inside the
doing?
services.
Close
So you can think of
that.
services as children of game. In the base plate, for example, since it's found inside of workspace, it is the child of workspace, and workspace is the parent of base plate. Now, if we want to change the properties of something, we'll have to use a script. So we'll go back to the script we opened before. And the first thing we have to do is we have to do what's called referencing. Basically what we're doing is we're locating the object whose property we want to change inside the game. We're finding its location. So we want to do game.workspace. The dot indicates that whatever goes after belongs to the term that goes before. So you know that workspace belongs to game. We do workspace because the part we want to change is found inside of the workspace. So we do game.workspace.part. And then since properties belong to the part, we add another dot. You can see a bunch of the properties that it has. So
that thing just like pops up.
Transparency. If you look in the properties tab, transparency is a value that goes between 0 and 1. So when I get closer to 1...
So if you just name something, you can just like call it.
Transparency of 0 right now, we'll increase the transparency to 0.75 so that it's almost completely transparent. In the test code, we can go click run. You can find it either under the test.
Where's Blind Cat? Blind Cat, why aren't we just like making a Udemy course?
As you can see, the
Easy,
mostly transparent.
easy.
You can barely see it over here. Another example I'll show you is the anchored property. Anchoring a part basically keeps it in its place. So if you had anchored, it will stay in the air without falling. But if it's not anchored, it will just fall out of the sky. So I'm just going to run it now with it being anchored, and you'll see that still floats in the sky. Anchored takes a Boolean value. So in order to change it, you do game.workspace.part.anchored, and instead of setting a number, you either say that it's true or false. True means it is anchored, and false means it isn't anchored. So if we want it to not be anchored, we'll assign a value of false to it. So game.workspace.part.anchored equals false. And when we run the code, it stops being anchored and it falls out of the sky. With that out of the way, we can move on to variables. So what are variables? Variables are just names that hold a value. So any kind of data type can be stored with a variable. So let me show you how to declare a variable. The first thing you want to do is type the keyword local and then your variable name. Let's say we want to store a name. So we can do local name equals scriptx. Basically what we're doing is we're creating a variable called name. So basically this equal sign is assigning a value to name. So whatever goes after the equal sign is what name will equal. And I put scriptx as a string. Whenever you reference the variable, it'll give you the value of name. So we can print the variable to the output window. Basically what it'll do is it will print name, it'll look back to what value is assigned to it. It will see that the string scriptx is assigned to it, so it'll print scriptx to the output window. And it does exactly what we asked. To build off of what you just learned about properties, you can assign any object you want to variables. So I can do local part equals game.workspace.part. So what we're doing is we're assigning this part that we have here in workspace to this variable right here. So instead of retyping game.workspace.part every single time, we can just do part dot whatever property we want to change. So part dot anchored equals false. So instead of retyping game.workspace.part every single time, we can just use the variable name, and it'll know that we're referencing the part that's inside workspace. So when we run it, it executes the code correctly, and it saves you a bunch of space, and it makes your code look way more organized. With that out of the way, let's move on to functions. What are functions? Functions are blocks of code that are executed when you call it. Say you had a really long piece of code that you need to use over and over again. Would you copy and paste the entire thing every time you need to use it? No. You would make a function and call it. By calling, I mean you're telling it to run. So let's make a function that adds two numbers together. So the way you define a function is that you use the keyword local and then type function. Now you need to create a name for your function. So since this function's purpose is to add numbers, we'll call it add number. After that, use a set of brackets and then press enter. And notice how it adds the word end at the bottom. You need to have that when you're making functions. So local function, your function name, followed by two brackets with the keyword end at the bottom. So in between the first line and the bottom line is where the function will be. This is the code that will be executed when you call it. So let's say we want to add the numbers 3 and 2, which makes 5. We can store it in a variable and then print it out. So we can do local result. So we're creating a variable called result, and we're assigning it to the sum of 3 plus 2. And the last thing we want to do is we want to print the result to the output window. Now when you want to use the function, you need to call it, and you call the function by typing the function's name, followed by the brackets. If we didn't have this line here, it wouldn't print anything at all because all you've done is define the function. But by calling it, you're executing the code that's inside this block that's in here. So we'll run the code and we'll see if it prints out 5. And it does. Alright, but what if you needed a function that would change the output depending on the situation? So if we needed to add numbers, we could use the function we wrote over here. But what happens if we need to add different numbers every single time? That's where parameters come in. So parameters serve as variable placeholders, which get assigned values when the function is called. So parameters go in between these brackets over here. You can name them anything you want. Treat them as variables without a value assigned to it. So we'll call it num1 and num2. So there's two parameters separated by a comma. So these two parameters will represent the numbers that we'll add together. Now when you're calling a function that has parameters, you also have to specify arguments. Arguments are information that you send to the function. So in this case, we're sending two different numbers we want to add together. So let's say 5 and 4. And remember what I said about the parameters being placeholders? Well, when you call the function, num1 gets assigned whatever value you passed on as the first argument. So in this case, num1 will become 5, and then num2 will become 4. The last thing we want to do, we want to modify what the result equals. So instead of adding 3 and 2 together, we want to add num1 and num2 together. So when we call this function and we pass the values of 5 and 4, num1 equals 5 and then num2 equals 4. And then the result adds the two numbers together. So 5 plus 4 equals 9. So let's run it and see if we get 9. And it does. And you can change the arguments whenever you want. So you can change it to 10 and 7. And you wouldn't have to change the actual function itself. You just have to change the arguments. So when we run that, it'll take 10 and 7 and it'll add it together and it'll get you 17. Great, so now we can add any numbers that we want using the same function. So what if we want to use the answer instead of just printing it out? Could we like add 5 to the answer? So could we do result equals result plus 5? We'll run that and we'll see.
At Caraway, we really run our business through Slack. A few years ago, we were launching our food storage set. We found out the costs were about 20% higher to produce that product.
We get an error here because we're trying to add
Shoot.
but you don't know how to start. So what if we want to use the answer instead of just printing it out? Could we like add 5 to the answer? So could we do result equals result plus 5? We'll run that and we'll see. We get an error here because we're trying to add a number with a nil value. A nil value just means it has no value. So you can't add nothing and 5. And the reason it's nothing is because result is a local variable, so it only exists within the code block in which it's defined. So in this case, it only exists within this block of code. So when we're trying to access it outside of the block, it doesn't work. So how do we access values that we produce in functions? This is where returning comes into play. Returning basically sends the information back to where you called the function. So the way we return the result is we use the keyword return and then the value on return. So return result. Now what this does is when you add the two numbers together, it'll send the result, so 10 plus 7 is 17, and it'll send it back to this line over here. So what we can do is we can assign a variable to it. So we can do local answer equals add numbers 10 and 7. Basically when you call it, it'll add them together and it will return 17 to this line over here, and it will assign the variable answer to 17. So I'll show you as proof. Let's say we want to add 5 to it. So answer equals answer plus 5, and we'll print answer out here. Basically what we're doing is we're creating a variable called answer and we're setting it to the return value of this function call over here. So we'll add 10 plus 7, which is 17. So it'll assign 17 to the variable answer. And now we're adding 5 onto answer and sending it back to the same variable, which is 22. So this should print 22. Oh, let's remove the print statement first. And it prints 22. Now you can even return more than one thing at a time. So let's say we want to add the numbers together, but we also want to subtract them. So we can do local sum equals num1 plus num2, but then local difference equals num1 minus num2. Now returning is useful because you can also return one value. So you can do return sum difference separated by comma. Basically to get the value outside of the function, you would have to have two separate variables as well. So local sum difference. So basically sum would be the first variable and then difference would be the second variable. So the two numbers are assigned separately. So 10 plus 7 is 17, and then for the difference 10 minus 7 is 3. So it'll return 17 comma 3. So that means this variable here, the first variable sum would be 17, and then the second variable will be 3. I can print them out separately as well, just to show you. And it prints 17 and 3. And that's everything you need to know for functions. Now on to if statements. Alright, so if statements, or the two numbers.
Some. Oh, we're starting. It's like, okay.
Are assigned separately. So 10 plus 7 is 17, and then for the difference, 10 minus 7 is 3. So it'll return 17 comma 3. So that means this variable here, the first variable sum, would be 17, and then the second variable will be 3. I can print them out separately as well, just to show you. And it prints 17 and 3. And that's everything you need to know for functions. Now on to if statements. Alright, so if statements or conditional statements are lines of code that only run if certain conditions are met. So to make things clear, I'll show you what that looks like. You start a conditional statement by typing if, and then your condition, then you press enter. So what this is saying is that if this condition is met, Then we'll execute everything inside this block of code. We conclude the if statement by typing the word end at the bottom. So let's say we want to check if the temperature is cold outside. To do that, we'll have a variable here at the beginning, call it temperature. We'll set it equal to 10 degrees. 10 degrees is pretty cold. And in between the if and then, we'll have the condition. So we want to check if, let's say the temperature is less than 20 degrees. If it's less than 20 degrees, it's cold, and we want to print that out. So this comparison operator here, this alligator mouth, opens its mouth to the larger number. So what it's saying is if the temperature is less than 20, then we execute the code that's inside this block. In this case, we're printing out it's cold. So since 10 is less than 20, then it'll execute the code inside this block. So we'll run this, and we see that it's cold is printed to the output window. Now there's a few comparison operators I'd like to talk about. So this one is the less than operator. You can also have the alligator mouth open on the other side. So this is saying if temperature is greater than 20. This double equal sign is if temperature is equal to 20. This operator is saying if temperature is not equal to 20. So if it's anything except 20, then the condition is met and it'll run the code that's inside. Remember, conditional statements only execute the code inside the block if the condition is true. So in this case, since temperature is not equal to 20, 10 is not equal to 20, the condition is met, so it'll run the code that's inside. You also have other operators such as the greater than or equal to. So if the temperature is greater than or equal to 20, so if it's 20 or above, it'll run this code inside. You can also switch the direction of the alligator mouth, and this is if the temperature is less than or equal to 20. Alright, but what if the temperature was not less than 20? So what if it was 30 degrees? 30 degrees is pretty hot, so what we'll do is we'll add an else statement. Basically, the purpose of the else statement is to run the code inside the second block over here if this condition is not met. So we first check if temperature is less than 20. If it is less than 20, we'll run this code inside. But if it's not less than 20, then we'll run this code inside the second block. So if it's not cold, it's hot. And we'll change the temperature to 30. So it will check if the temperature is less than 20. 30 is not less than 20, so it skips this block inside, and it goes to this else statement, which runs if the other checks are false or not met. So it'll print it's hot. And that's what it shows in the output. Alright, but what if we had something in the middle? Like what if we want to check if it was warm, like not too hot and not too cold? That's what else if is for. So else if is basically providing another check for it to complete before it moves on to the else statement. So we use an else if statement by typing else if and then the condition. So the first thing we checked was if it was less than 20. Now I guess we want to check if it's less than 25. So if it's less than 25, we'll say that it's warm. If it's not less than 20 and not less than 25, then the temperature must be above 25, which is hot. So if we place a number in between, so like 24, it will first check if the temperature is less than 20, which is not because 24 is bigger than 20. So it ignores this statement over here. Then it will check the second statement. So it'll check if the temperature is less than 25. And since 24 is less than 25, then it'll print it's warm. And that's what it prints out. So
Easiest language in the
the
world,
So the
guys.
second one of the conditions is met, it'll ignore everything else that's below it. So if the temperature was 15 degrees, then it meets this first statement because 15 is less than 20, so it'll print it's cold, and then it'll ignore everything else that's down here. So to recap, conditional statements are to check if certain conditions are met. In this case, we wrote code that made sure the temperature was between a certain degree. We want to check if it was cold or if it was warm or if it was hot. So the else if statements are just a secondary if statement to check another condition, provided that the first one was not met. And then the else block over here only runs if everything else is false. So that's it for conditional statements. Alright, so the next topic we want to cover are tables. A table is a data type that allows you to store multiple values of any type. So we can define a table by doing local t for table, and then curly brackets. That's a table. So let's fill it out with some strings. So the different values inside a table are separated by commas. So here we have a table with 3 elements inside. Scriptix is cool, all separated by commas. So each element corresponds with an index.
I was like,
which is
who's
essentially its
Scriptix?
position inside the table. What we have here is a certain type of table called an array. An array is an ordered list of values, meaning they have numerical indexes. So to reference the position of each element, we use numbers. So this first element over here is index 1, the second value over here is index 2, and this third value over here is index 3. Now we can print specific elements of the table. So we can do print t, and to print specific elements of the table, we basically insert square brackets followed by the index. So let's say we want to print the first value. So we print t, square brackets 1. So why don't you take a guess at what it will print? If you guessed it will print scriptix, then you're correct, because scriptix is the first element inside. So when we do t, square brackets 1, it goes into the table and it looks for the first element, which is scriptix. So when we print that out, scriptix is what you see. Now, arrays have many built-in functions inside. Some of the more common ones are table.find, table.remove, and table.insert. So I'll show you how you can use each one of these. So we'll start with table.find. So table.find takes 2 parameters. So the first thing we want to do is we want to pass on the array. So we pass on t, and then we want to pass on the value we want to find. So say we want to find the value cool. What table.find does is it'll look for whatever value you provided, and it'll return the index you found it at. So we can print out the result. So when we print out table.find t, comma cool, this function will look for the word cool inside, and it'll return the index at which it found it at. So since cool is found at index 1, 2, 3, it'll print out 3. That's what it does. Now table.remove does something else. Table.remove removes a certain value from the table. So we pass on the table, and then we pass on the position.
So arrays are called tables.
So let's say we want to remove the first index, which is index 1. So table.remove will go inside this table. It'll look at the index at which you provided, which is 1. So it's the first one. It'll remove the first element inside. So the table will be the same thing, except it doesn't have the first element inside. So we'll execute this function, and then we'll print the table out, just so I can show you that the first element is actually removed. As you can see, the table only has 2 elements remaining, and you can see the first element we had before is gone. The last function I want to cover was table.insert. Table.insert basically inserts the value provided to the end of the table. So when we insert bananas to the array will have 4 elements. So the scriptix is cool bananas. So we will print that out and run the code. And you can see that bananas has been added on to the end of the Now there's another type of table called a dictionary. So a dictionary is just like an array, except instead of using numbers as indexes, you have specific values called keys we use. So to define a dictionary, we'll just do local dictionary equals, and then the curly brackets. And I'll just press enter so we can space out the brackets so we can actually add the values inside. The keys are the names that you assign to the values inside the dictionary. So essentially it's kind of like mini variables inside the dictionary. So we'll do name. You surround the key name with square brackets, and then you type equals, and we'll write the value we want. So name equals scriptix, and then comma, and then you can have another key. Let's call it favorite color. And we'll say that equals green. Then we'll have one more value that says is cool, and we'll set that to a Boolean value, true. It's true because I'm cool. So that's a dictionary. All right, so to print specific values inside the dictionary, you have to reference its key name. So we do dictionary, square brackets, and then the key name we want. So let's say we want to print my name. So we'll do dictionary, square brackets, name. And it'll look back on the dictionary over here. It'll look for a key called name, which is this first line over here. And then it'll print the value associated with that key. So when we print dictionary, square brackets, name, it will print scriptix. Now dictionaries don't have those built-in table functions like arrays do. If we want to add a new value, like a new key inside the dictionary, we'll do dictionary, square brackets, and then the new key name. So we'll say favorite number. We set it equal to whatever we want. So let's say my favorite number is 10. What this line does is it'll insert a new key inside the dictionary. So it's essentially doing the same thing as adding a comma in and sticking this line inside. Now dictionaries are not ordered, so when you print out the key value pairs, so name is the key and scriptix is the value. So when you print a dictionary, the keys might not be in order. So when we print out the dictionary, it might be favorite color equals green that comes first, and then is cool equals true, and then finally name equals scriptix. So unlike arrays, dictionaries are not ordered. And you can remove dictionary keys by typing the key you want. So let's say I want to remove is cool, and the way we delete the key is we set it equal to nil. Nil means nothing, so we set it to a non-existent value. So when we print the dictionary, we'll see that is cool is gone. We'll print it once before we remove the key, and we'll print it once after. So first time we print it, we got favorite color equals green, is cool equals true, and name equals scriptix. Notice how they're not in the order that we define them in, because dictionaries are not ordered. And the second time we print it, is cool is gone. You can see that there's only favorite color and name. Alright, so now I want to talk about built-in functions. Roblox has its own functions that they've built into Roblox Studio that are already pre-written and you can call whenever you want. So if you want to see what built-in functions Roblox has, you want to go to the Object Explorer. So you go under View and click Object Browser. So on the left panel over here, you have all the objects and instances and services that are inside Roblox. Now let's say we want to browse for parts. So on the right panel here, you have all of the built-in functions that
Step into Wix Studio and handle every part of your build
No
with one
freaking
platform.
way.
Map out your project with an AI-powered visual sitemap that generates site structures and wireframes in seconds, not days. When your client's on board, dive into design. Create freely, customizing even the smallest element. Use site styles to seamlessly extend the brand to every page and watch it adapt across breakpoints. Now, scale your creation. With a CMS, you can structure tons of data effortlessly, from repeaters to hundreds of dynamic pages. Business solutions are built in, so when clients want more functionality, you're ready to take them further. Plan faster, design freer, scale smarter. This is Wix Studio.
that it has. You've got add tag, clone, destroy, find first child, get actor, and a whole bunch of other functions. You'll also see that it has all. So on the left panel over here, Alright, so now I want to talk about built-in functions. Roblox has its own functions that they've built into Roblox Studio that are already pre-written and you can call whenever you want. So if you want to see what built-in functions Roblox has, you want to go to the Object Explorer. So you go under View and click Object Browser. So on the left panel over here, you have all the objects and instances and services that are inside Roblox. Now let's say we want to browse for parts. So on the right panel here, you have all of the built-in functions that it has. You've got add tag, clone, destroy, find first child, get actor, and a whole bunch of other functions. You'll also see that it has all the properties like color and anchored and name or material, and it has a bunch of events connected to it as well. But what we're looking at is the functions. So I'm showing you that for most objects have their own built-in functions that Roblox has already coded for you. So I'm going to explore a few of them with you here. So the most simplest one you've already seen is print, and print just allows you to print things to the output window. Another really commonly used built-in function is task.wait. And this basically pauses the script for a certain amount of time. So you would specify the number inside here. Say I want to wait 1 second, I would do task.wait 1. I want to wait half a second, I would do task.wait 0.5. Now the next two I'm going to talk about are really similar. So you have find first child and wait for child. So let's say I was looking for a part that was inside something else. So let's say I was looking for the base plate and it's found inside workspace. You could do game.workspace, find first child, and then in brackets, you put quotation marks, the name of the object that you're looking for. So game.workspace.baseplate. You can also do the same thing with wait for child. Now the difference between find first child and wait for child is that find first child will look inside the area that you specified. In this case, it's game.workspace, and it will return the first object with the value you specified. So it will return the first object with the name baseplate. But if it can't find anything with that name, it will return nil. And nil basically means no value. So if I do local part equals game.workspace find first child baseplate, it will look inside workspace, it will find base weight, and it will assign base weight to this variable over here. Now wait for child will pause the script until it finds the object with that name. The problem with that is if there's no base weight, it will pause the script forever and it won't continue to run. So wait for child is only good when you know that object is going to be there. So it basically waits a certain amount of time before it prints the warning that it can't find the thing you're looking for. So if I look for my cool part, basically the script will pause forever because it can't find anything called my cool part inside. It says infinite yield possible. It means the script will pause infinitely until it finds that part. But since there isn't any such part, it will pause the script forever. So wait for child is only good if you know that object is already there, or you know that object is going to be there after you call it. Alright, the last built-in function I want to talk about is get children. This function returns a table of everything inside the object that you specified. So say I had a folder and I put all the parts that I could see inside that folder. So let's call it my folder. So if I do local parts equals game.workspace.myfolder get children, it basically returns an array containing everything inside. So it's essentially the same thing as doing local parts equals spawn location, base plate, and part. So it'll return everything inside the folder in the form of an array. To show you that it's true, I can print parts. So it'll go look inside game.workspace.myfolder, and it'll get all its children inside. So these 3 parts over here, and then it'll put it in an array. And when I print the variable parts, it will print the array containing all 3 parts. And there you go. Alright, so the next thing I want to talk about are loops. So loops are basically these structures that allow you to repeat certain things over and over again until you tell it to stop. So the first kind of loop is called a while loop. And the way you define a while loop is you type while true do with the word end at the bottom. Basically what a while loop does is it continuously runs the code that's inside the block until you tell it to stop. So if I said print high, the while loop will continuously print high on and on and on forever. Now when you're using loops, it's not a good idea to leave it like this, and I'll show you why. So let's run it. It lagged my laptop massively and it tells me script timeout, exhausted allowed execution time. So basically you kind of overwhelmed Roblox Studio because it basically prints high so quickly, it takes up all the memory. So the way you prevent it is that you add a task.wait inside. Basically, it will execute the code inside the block, so it'll print high, then it'll wait 1 second, and then it'll print high again. That way you're not going too fast. So if I run it now, I should have no problems at all. And you can see it increases over time. I mean, you can make this number really small, just don't have it without the task.wait. Like I can do task.0.05, and it'll print high really quickly, but not as quickly as before, and it won't crash. The way you break out of a loop is that you type the word break. So in this case, it will print high, and then it'll wait 0.05 seconds, and then it'll break out of the loop. So in this case, it'll only print high once, and then it'll stop. And that's what it does. The next kind of loop is called a repeat until loop. The way you define a repeat until loop is that you type repeat, enter, and you'll see it says repeat until. So that's the structure you want to follow. So similarly to a while loop, a repeat until loop continuously runs the code that's inside the block, except that it runs it until a certain condition is met. So right after the word until is where you write your condition, kind of like an if statement. Let's say we wanted a counter and we want it to stop at 100. So we'll do local counter equals 0. We will add 1 to the counter, so we do counter equals counter plus 1. So at the first run, it'll set counter to a new value, and that new value will be itself, which is 0, and then you add 1 to it. So 0 plus 1 is 1, and then it loops again. Counter equals 1 plus 1, which is 2. So it increases by 1 every single time. Now, after the until, we'll write the condition, so we'll say until counter is equal to 100. So we want it to break when it's 100. We'll also print the value of counter to illustrate it. And obviously we want the task.wait. We don't want Studio to crash. So we'll do like every 0.05 seconds. And we'll run that. And it goes up from.
If you've been thinking about a degree in cybersecurity or IT, UMGC is waiving their application fee through September 3rd. Low-cost tuition, 100% online classes. You learn job-ready skills.
From 0 to 100, and it should stop at 100. And that's what it does. So the until part of it kind of acts as a breaking statement. So as soon as the statement is met, we break out of the loop. Alright, so the last kind of loop is called a for loop. So a for loop is also called a counted loop because you can use it to count up numbers, kind of like what we did with the repeat while loop, but in a different format. So the way you define a for loop is you type for, and then you have your variable name. So we'll call it counter, and then equals, and then it's followed by 3 numbers: the starting number, the ending number, and the increment number. So let's say we want to start at 0, end at 10, and the increment number is how much we go up or down by. So let's say we want to go up by 1. So for counter equals 0, comma 10, comma 1, we do. So write do at the end, and enter. Basically, this for loop will execute the code inside the block until the condition that counter equals 10 is met. The first time it goes through the block here, counter equals 0, and then when we get back to the top, we add 1 to counter, so counter equals 1, and then we go through the block again, and now counter equals 2, and it keeps going until counter equals 10. And to illustrate this point, we can do print counter to show you how the counter adds up. So it starts at 0, and it goes all the way up to 10. I should also mention that it's important to put the task.wait in here as well, as for all other loops. In this case, it didn't crash because we don't have to go through it 11 times. Now, for loops are useful because they can iterate through tables. So let's say we had a table here with a bunch of different values: Bob, Joe, and then Roblox. So a for loop can also go through tables. So if we want to go through an array, we can do for index value in 5 pairs, and then the table. Basically what this does is it'll go through this table over here. And notice how we have 2 variables over here. This index value basically will print the position it's found at, and then the value variable will print the element that's at that index. So to illustrate my point, I'll print the index, and then I'll print the value. The first time it goes through the loop, it prints index, which starts at 1 for arrays, it'll print 1, it'll print the value associated with that index, which is Bob. So 1 Bob, and then it goes back to the top, and it goes to the next index. So since we started with index 1, now we're at index 2. So it prints 2, and then it looks for the element found at index 2, which is Joe, so 2 Joe. And the next time it goes around, it's index 3, so it prints 3, and it looks for the element associated with that value, which is banana. And then finally, it loops through one more time. It prints index 4, which is Roblox. You can also loop through dictionary. So let's make a dictionary. So let's say we had a dictionary, we can look through the dictionary by doing for key value in pairs. So instead of pairs, we do in pairs, and then the dictionary name, do, and then enter. Now I'd like to make a note that the two variables that we have over here are just placeholders, so you can name it anything you want and it won't change anything. So we can print the value and key pairs. It's basically the same thing we did with the arrays, except that instead of having indexes as you do in arrays, you have keys, which are these things over here, which help identify the value associated with it. So when we print key and value, it will print the specific key that we're looking at, and then the value associated with that key. So we'll run that. So it prints the key, so subscriber count, and then it'll print the value associated with it, which is 285 in this case. And notice how they don't print in order. So I wrote name first, but then it printed subscriber count first. So that's the thing with dictionaries, they are not ordered. So when you iterate through them, it might not be in the exact order that you wrote it as. Just a thing to keep in mind. And those are the 3 different kinds of loops. Now we will talk about events. So what are events? So events are basically these things on Roblox that wait for something to happen. So let's say you had a part. Now we can go inside the object browser like we did before, and we can go to part, and we can look at all the events it has. So you have changed, child added, destroying, touched, and we'll look at touched, which is the most self-explanatory one. So the touched event for a part basically fires when the part gets touched by something. So think of events like these listeners that will wait until something happens, something specific happens before fire. Events allow you to connect functions to them. So when an event fires, you can have it trigger a function, so you can get it to do something when that event is fired. So let's say you wanted to connect a touched event to this part over here. Now let's rename the part first to make it a little more specific. We'll call it cool part. So we can reference the part using a variable. So global cool part equals game.workspace.cool part. Now the way you define an event is that you do cool part, so you write the object name, dot, and then the event you want to define. So cool part.touched. And we want to have it do something when it gets touched. So we want to connect
Ow.
a function. And the way you connect a function to it is you do colon connect, and then you type function, kind of like when you're defining a function, and another set of brackets. I then remove the last bracket here and then press enter. So cool part.touched, colon connect, bracket, function, and basically what this event does is that it'll listen and wait until cool part gets touched, and once it gets touched, it fires the event, which is connected to a function. So it'll essentially call the function, which is defined inside this block over here. So whatever code you have inside here will run when the part gets touched. Let's say we wanted to make it transparent, so we can do cool part.transparency equals 0.5. So when we touch the part, it'll turn the transparency to 0.5. So let's play test it. So I'm here with cool part, and when I touch it, it should turn semi-transparent because I set the transparency to 0.5. So when I touch it, it's now partially invisible. Alright, so to demonstrate my point, again, we'll use a different event. This time we'll use one of the built-in events for the player service. So let's say we want to check when a player joins. So the way you do that is you do game.players, you reference the service, and then you do dot, and the event is called player added. Now you can see it right here with a lightning bolt. So when you click on it, you can see some more information about it. So it fires when a player enters the game. So we do game.players.player added, and we want to connect a function to it. Connect function, and then the end at the bottom. Now the player added event takes a parameter. So in between the 2 brackets after function, you can type in a parameter name. The argument that's passed is the actual player that joined. So whenever a player joins, this event gets fired, and it'll pass the player object as a parameter. And you can do a whole bunch of things with it. So I can print the player's name. So you can do player.name. I can print the player's user ID. So when I click play, I will join the game, and then this player added event will get fired, which is connected to a function. The function has a parameter called player, and it takes the player object as the argument. So when I press play, I'm joining the game, and it prints the username scriptix, and then my user ID. So to recap, events are basically these listeners that wait for certain things to happen, and you can connect functions to it so that it executes code when that event gets triggered. And that's about everything you need to know for the basics of scripting in Roblox. So we've covered printing, properties, variables, functions, if statements, tables, built-in functions, looping, and now events. And if you're looking for any other tutorials, leave a comment down in the comments below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Not to be. Alright. So I think I'm all set. I don't really got anything else to do. So looking into Roblox. And yeah, I mean, just looking at that stuff, it's pretty easy, pretty straightforward. just need things to do, I guess. And I'll jump off after this. But here it is. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's definitely improved a lot since the last I've seen it. EQ. EQ. Cool beans, right? Credit store. You. Click and drag. Properties. With the ramps, put the arrow. Color, make it yellow. And then mix the ramp. Anchor. Okay. Explorer, now the ramps. Select the ball. It's F. Very standard stuff here. F properties. It's definitely like the editor's definitely improved since the last time I've seen it. Data attributes. Look at these particle effects. I mean, this is nuts. It's blind cat here. reason. For this bullseye, type in speed, filter, speed. Time to test. Boop. I got sounds and everything. This is nuts. I'm just gonna go. Oh. Do the same thing here. Speed, like 1,000. Right. Complete the tour. Try changing your ramp to another angle. Yeah, that's cool. So easy enough, right? I could probably check out the script on this too. Probably doesn't do anything. Looks like some confetti's there, whatnot, right? Platformer, so there's templates already in place and everything. Next, skip. Oh, it's just going through the whole thing again. Wanted to see. Looks like it is doing everything for you. You can just skip. And then there's the ball. So let's see. Like that is a lot. So you get a ball and constraints, events. Scripts, client controller, open. Let's see. I mean, skip. Yeah, it's a lot. Okay. Jumping, camera, get service players. Okay. Well, I'm gonna jump off. I just wanted to check out this stuff. It looks cool. Simple stuff. Proportion, new field of view, camera field of view, lerp between last field of view, new field of view, render step, camera. Definitely like some advanced stuff here. But... Alright, I'm gonna jump off. Go beans, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.